You woke me up.
Were you up earlier?
Yeah, I ate something and then I went back to sleep. Yeah.
You didn't get the mail. I brought it in. You got something from long-term disability.
Okay, good. I got the mail like yesterday, but I guess it must have come today or something.
Have you heard from them online?
No, they haven't done anything online with me. There's been no web portal, there's been nothing, there's no emails.
It's a pretty thick envelope.
Okay, good. This is the setup one, so I'll look at that today.
Just setting it up? Wow.
Yes, I mean, well, it came earlier than expected, so that's good.
Maybe they told you yes, and that's...
They already told me yes last week.
Oh, they told you yes last week? Well, what did they say?
Did I be sent a letter and that the Aetna people that I already spoke to are gonna, which I already told them the people, will continue to coordinate and uh, try to pick someone, pick a company for me, and that's what they're working on right now.
We might be talking about two different things.
No, we're talking about the same thing. This is the same program. There's nothing else.
They're going to assign a company?
Yes, the company is assigned, and then the company determines what they're gonna send out.
In payment?
No, they don't pay me anything. They assign a worker, and the worker comes by, and the worker can do things like they're assigning a person with a certain set of hours that is assigned, and that could be from anywhere from 1 hour to 35 hours a week, and that's it. I get nothing else. The state disqualified me for anything else because I'm not living in a nursing home. That's just how
Didn't
the
you
state
receive
works.
any more
This
money
is
from
a
the
no. This
federal
is not more
government
money.
to
This
help
is
you?
this is a state thing. It's something that I didn't expect to get it anyway. So it's
Okay.
good to have, and Aetna's working with it, so Aetna might be able to do something with it, with Medicaid. So they're gonna pick the company that's the best one, and it's a process, and it's been good that it's been started, but this is the start.
The person that you met with recently, is that part of this?
Yeah, they're the state's assessor.
Did you go back and listen to the video that you posted?
About the state assessor? No, why?
Because you told her incorrect things. Oh, I'm talking about Janelle. I don't know who came out recently. Is Janelle part of your Medicaid insurance?
Yes.
Okay, that's Aetna. So what I'm talking about now is what you told her. Did you go back and listen to it?
About about what? I spoke with her this week about that and about the companies, and I gave her the information. I emailed her the information. What was this? What do you think was incorrect?
Okay, there were a few things. One thing is about cancer. Did you tell her later that you do not have cancer right now?
Have a nice day, Mom.
What? Did you tell her that you did not have radiation? Jennifer, I'm asking you yes or no questions. The letter that I put on the table addresses this. Read it when you go downstairs.
truth of what was actually said. You just make shit up and post it online, and it's all lies, Jeff. And then you talk to the doctors and you lie to them about what your mother said and other people said and everything else. Almost nothing you say is true, but you know the truth exists. You posted on YouTube. You should listen to that shit.
So in the future, either don't record what you say, or if you record it, don't post it until you really listen to it. Do you hear me? So that's what this discussion is about, is what you've posted and why this note has been written up for you to look at.
It's about the constant lies to healthcare providers, to the police, to other people. Almost nothing you say is true, but the truth is in the recordings. That's what's so bizarre about it. You have the recordings, you have the truth, but you lie about what the recordings say, and your own recordings prove that you're a liar. That's just insane, Jeff.
We are trying to help you get through all of this. We're not here to harm you. You can come out of your door. All you have to do is tell me.
And if you have to pee, by the way, you can say, I gotta pee. Please
Yeah,
move.
I will get out of the way. I understand.
The whole thing you posted about, the cop came so you could pee. Bullshit.
Jeffrey, you know I've never laid a hand on you. Never hit you, slapped you, pushed you.
Or threatened him.
Or threatened to do that. Yeah, no, never. I want to help you get through all this insurance stuff, and I don't believe you're helping yourself. I'm seeing that because you're posting all this stuff online.
And you're lying.
You've got to tell all of these people the truth. They are asking for records.
And the records are going to prove that you're lying. You're not credible. You're not helping yourself. You are destroying your own case. And that's really stupid.
We want you to be able to get all the benefits you can get. And you can get them. You did have cancer. You do have narcolepsy. You are on Adderall. And you are listening to the oncologist that said you need to have mole patrol once a year to check your moles. That's all good. But all the other stuff, Jeff, is not true. You've never had radiation, chemotherapy, and you did not have stage 4, and you don't have cancer now, which is great news. You don't seem to understand the good. These people are going to come back to you, and they're going to say you're not telling us the truth. I'm sure you're signing stuff under penalty of perjury or something, so we're trying to help you straighten it out. This letter will help you. It says the topics that you need to address with your healthcare people. Okay?
And don't be rude. Talk to your mother when she's speaking to you. She could evict you today if she wanted to. No, in a week. With a week's notice, she could throw you on the street. Don't behave this way. That could happen to you if you don't behave. Respect your mother. Listen to your mother. Follow the directions. Do things right. Be an adult. You're 28, dude.
Jeffrey, I'm the only one that talks to you, that cares for you, and makes sure the bills for this condo are paid. Your dad and your sister want nothing to do with you. They've told me that.
And that's because of your behavior, the same behavior that you're mistreating your mother with now.
They can't handle seeing you like this, being this way. Cece and Dion,
baby. You're 28. Be an adult. Be responsible. Take responsibility for yourself. When you're confronted with your lies, own them, discuss them. Don't hide under your little blankie.
Do you hear us?
You have reached the Baton Rouge Flight Standards District office. The office is presently closed. If you are calling to report an accident, please call 817-222-5006. Our office hours are 8 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. If you know the extension of the person you are trying to reach, enter it now. Otherwise, please press 0 to leave a message. Thank you.
You have reached the Baton Rouge Flight Standards District office. We're either away from our desk, on another line, or it's after office hours. Please leave your name, number, and a short message, and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hi.
Hey, Jeff?
Yes.
I found a pair of your dress shoes.
Oh, okay. Just leave them out. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, I brought them over.
Appreciate
And I have
that.
a letter or a printout.
Okay, I'll look at that too.
It's about Oshner and epilepsy.
Okay, I'll look at that. I
They do,
I got an
they do
appointment
treat people with epilepsy, but you don't have it.
with I've got an appointment with them, so I'll look at that.
Yeah, I didn't know you did. What do you do? Do you need the meds? Don't they make you sleepy?
What? No.
Most side effects for drugs for epilepsy make people sleepy.
No, I don't know. These don't do that.
Who diagnosed you with epilepsy?
Like 3 or 4 doctors. Been diagnoses for a very long time.
Not while you were in high school. Were you diagnosed? You have it in your medical records. There's no diagnosis of that. So you're saying later?
Get what?
Are you saying that after high school you were diagnosed?
I mean, it says about the epilepsy in 2008, and it says that in high school as well. It just took a while for them to put it on record for a generalized epilepsy. They kept changing it.
In grade school and high school, they never said you had epilepsy. That's why you weren't on drugs for it. People with epilepsy have to stay on medication.
Yeah, they kept changing the medication, Mom. That's what I was doing when we went to go see Dr. Afford. And they kept changing that around because
Yeah, no, she diagnosed you with narcolepsy.
yes, and that's why I was on like the triptan version of the epilepsy medicine that caused me to have a seizure and things like that, which is why they stopped me on the seizure medicine, like when I was like a sophomore. Remember that?
Yeah, because they figured out.
Yeah, that was because I had epilepsy, but they didn't know what type of epilepsy for sure. It just took until after high school for them to know for sure what type, which was
Yeah, they just knew you didn't need the medication. You didn't want the medication.
because that was a type of medication for a different type of epilepsy. And then after high school, because I had everything for narcolepsy already worked out, it was a lot easier for them to just uh, make the diagnosis, I guess, for generalized epilepsy. I don't know. But I have to ask them. I guess I could do that when I go to my next appointment
They
with
do that
them.
one test. You remember the test?
Yeah, they did multiple tests.
Where they put the lead on you and they tried to.
Yeah, they did that like 3 or 4 times in the last
Yeah,
5 years.
but you never showed any episodes.
Yeah, no, I did because they still diagnosed me with generalized
They did?
epilepsy. Yeah, they did.
Well, go back and look at the records. And the same with melanoma. I keep talking to you about put online, it's stage 3A. You do know how to count in Roman numerals and to read it, right? So stage 4 looks different than 3. Go back and look at the records and review the Roman numerals. You're giving doctors these documents and it says 3A, and that was correct. You've never had 4. Do you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
So I'm just trying to help you so that you can put the correct information out there with your words. You're putting out the document. So go back and look at all that. So when you see your neurologist, you can correctly tell them what you have. It's important. And you're not being treated for melanoma right now. You do not have melanoma. It's important that you tell them that. I remember the first time when you said you still had cancer. It shocked me because you hadn't had it since you had surgery. You never showed evidence of it. Do you hear me? Yeah.
Yes, yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
So do you understand why I'm trying to help you? I want you to be able to believe that you do not have cancer. You have narcolepsy, yes. And gender dysphoria now. You will see that diagnosis on something in the future because that's what you're being treated for.
Yeah, I'm sure of that. Yeah.
So you need your medical records and your voice when you're talking to doctors to all match. Don't take medication that you don't need if you don't have a diagnosis, okay? I don't want you to harm your body.
I was talking and everything too.
Oh, no one informed me of it, so I didn't realize it was there.
Oh wait, no, I should keep those ones muted.
Yeah, I know. You told me in the past I don't intend to go. I understand I'm not supposed to show up to take notes like I did the first time when no one told me about anything. So I'm just I just won't go.
Okay, maybe I will.
I'm not gonna go. You go. That's fine. No problem. Have a nice time there.
That was about.
Oh, okay, thanks.
A meeting relevant to me and my lease and everything, and.
Okay. Yeah, I just cooked yesterday, so I gotta do that. Yeah, it was looking pretty okay 2 days ago, but because I did clean, but yesterday I did cook, and I still need to clean because of that.
Because
yeah,
I showed
and I still got to vacuum because I did sweep everything, so I swept all the dust into little piles everywhere, but I did not get a chance to vacuum yet because it was late at night.
So the mopping sounds like it's something you need to take care of. First clean the stove. Then you clean the floor with soap, with the correct soap. You should have some. You shouldn't have it all used up. And then that way.
Not that it was an impolite circumstance, it's just my first time living anywhere else, and my parents' first time purchasing a property so close to home that they could actually not have to like inform me that, oh, we're going on a trip to the condo in Alabama or something. We'll be gone for a week.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna clean.
Or whatever, potentially. If they're in town.
Yep.
And that type of a conversation, is it all?
No, I'm fine.
All unusual. My mother's always had a tendency to speak to me directly about certain stuff. My father has kind of as well, but for stuff like that,
I'll talk to
print
my
something out with
oncologist
notes
about
or
it.
something to hand to me.
I'll bring up your concerns to my oncologist, okay?
Especially if he was out of town or something.
I will.
Phase 3A.
I used to go with him to whenever he'd do stuff like that, but
The prognosis says stage 4, so I'll bring both of the paperworks to them and I'll show them.
Once he could trust me to kind of like hold down the fort at home. That's he.
I mean, it's been years. They changed the staging twice. They did that in high school, and it was a huge pain. So I'll see how they act this time. It's been a long time since I've had an update, so I don't. Yeah, I'm sure they haven't. I'll ask though. I mean, I see Bowman in February, and I see another doctor next month. So.
You don't have any cancer. Your oncologist told you that because you took these tapes online. We all hear what your doctors are telling you. You're not listening.
I think that was only the 5th, and I have like 10 appointments plus.
Have a nice day.
Oh, I still haven't scheduled.
I'm gonna go back to sleep. It's nice talking to you.
I have the appointment scheduled.
Actually, we've done it. It's ridiculous to go online and say stage 4 when you're supposed to be doctor and says stage 3A. You keep doing things like this, and everybody knows you're just making shit up. Why?
What was even unusual about this? Oh, there's 10 more minutes. But I could have just fallen asleep. Did I just do this because I needed to remember about the property? Probably. Okay, well, whatever. That one doesn't. That's just notes. Play notes are important. Just change that. Okay, put a different symbol than a check mark to indicate reviewed. Only fit one character, so I gotta pick something that makes sense for music notes for notes. Alright, that's 30. This one's really long. But I think I fell asleep because it was stressful on me, and that's typical. That looks weird. Still looks weird. That's probably Windows. Whatever. Does it change if I make it bigger or smaller? Oh, look. Yeah, whatever. This is still playing, right? I usually start whenever the alarm goes off and I don't hear anything, or my phone doesn't notify me. Which isn't weird, because usually that just means my mother let herself in and I was sitting here or got up fast enough to turn it off. The system would always like send me a text message if something else happened. So, you know, just like opening your own door is too fast, so it doesn't notify me. Sometimes until like 10-15 minutes later. Or more. Absolutely nothing happens.
I can change it back.
Oh.
Do you recall, Chris?
Here.
Hey, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh my, the floor outside this bathroom is terrible. Like muddy dirt.
I probably from my shoes I took the trash out. That's probably what it was.
Ew. Yeah, you got mud dirt.
No, I just had to twice.
Did you?
Makes up his own. He just makes up his
here and wait the whole day for these people to be, doing that right outside my door, and stuff, because
that's when I have the door open. I think. Or I may have just been standing outside. This is 10 minutes before. This must have been some sort of sound update. I don't remember it ever just filtering everything out. No way I can change that either. At least my voice is there, but my text message tone is. The phone receives a text message tone. The phone records the text message tone. It sounds loud as hell.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
What's going on, bud?
I may have just not realized. I think the siren went off and I did not, I mean, at that point, it's already probably too late. I'm gonna be too, disoriented. I must have just assumed I had, like, well, yeah, it's almost, if I'm right next to it, it could almost, like, stun me, and I didn't probably even touch my phone for a while. I have no idea how long or how relevant anything is, because nothing happens for like a long time. Usually that doesn't happen too. If it's like an error, or I think the siren blasts if like in a short burst, extremely loud. If like the doors are opened in a certain order really fast, and that's like a safety thing. Nothing can be done about that. I read the contract and the technical stuff that came with it, and I realized this is unlikely to happen, but I think it's happened maybe 2 or 3 times outside of a test when it was set up. Or actually, I think when the test happened, it happened like 2 or 3 times in a row. Because I probably forgot to close the door. Whenever it was set up, though, I did get to the alarm like almost instantly. That was all I was prioritizing, was making sure I didn't bother the neighbors and stuff. So I think I did a good job with making sure to wait until kids were in school and not in exams, and homeschool children shouldn't have tests to take. I've been, living in the area my whole life, so I know the schedules and stuff for basically every single type of school system. That's all I really cared about. And I don't think anybody actually, any neighbors were in most of the places. I don't really have a relationship with any of my neighbors, but I figure that's probably normal for someone my age. It's from the 21st all the way to relatively the 20th, I guess, September to August. It's a month, each time almost. It's barely, basically nothing's relevant. Everything is just myself. Start on this too. I probably just gotten off the phone. Sounds a lot louder, so yeah, there must have been some sort of sound update on my phone, I think. Yes. I mean, for sure, there's no way I'm going to be able to hear anything. It's not just probably one voice. And I know that it has my vocal signature already on file for security reasons, so probably just me from here on out. But it's kind of normal for most software to do that. Kind of surprised it didn't for so long. I never like opted in or out. I just kind of never downloaded anything to
yes, I'm awake.
Try to do that.
I'm busy right now. What?
It's more like a business or enterprise thing.
No, not right now.
Or at least it used to be.
What'd you say?
Did you just...
No. I ate like a decent meal at like 6 or 7 or something, and then like something at like 3 or 4.
Okay, I sound loud. You can't hear anything else.
Even
the background is gone
much.
Whenever I speak.
Nope.
Which isn't how it is right now.
Not really.
What do you have going on this coming week?
I have to deal with medications for dermatology, more stuff for dermatology.
Yeah, when I speak to everything else is gone.
I have possibly an in-person visit from like a social worker thing from Aetna, but that might be pushed back a couple weeks. I'm not sure. I still have to talk with her. I missed her call on Friday.
Audiograph.
What's the medication for dermatology?
I don't know. They just have to do a PA for it or something like that. So that's.
What it is that they're trying to prescribe?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was faxed in. They're working on it, but I have to do some stuff. It's it's Labor Day, so stuff is delayed. I have to schedule rides because of dermatology. Just do I'm pretty busy with medical records stuff and things about that because I have to like transfer things over from dermatology and do everything manually. So that's kind of a lot of work.
Did you ever hear back from the
Okay. That was the first time that popped up.
No, they said it would be a year.
A year?
It's been about 1 month.
And I still can't figure out what it said.
Only a month ago you applied?
No, only a month ago I received the letter that it would be a year.
Oh.
And it was a minimum year. It was like a minimum date. It was they're not going to be communicating about it. They're not going to be doing anything. I mean, like in other stuff, I already sent in more disability stuff just this month. Like a bunch of stuff, paperwork that I had to pay to send priority mail, so it's expensive.
Every voice is unintelligible.
That's how they require it. Whenever they want new medical information, they require me to do that, basically. So I did that. I did that at the very beginning of the month. That just worked out, I guess. I haven't heard back from them since, so I don't know what they're going to do once they got that information. Last time they sent me like we got what you sent, basically, or like
I sound really
letter,
good.
But it came like 6 months later.
They're
pretty slow on stuff because it's kind of designed that way. I was
very tired at the beginning, I could tell. But
no, I'm in the middle of something. Because I'm in the middle of something.
I put good effort here, and I think succeeded.
Nah, I mean, I'm fine.
So I definitely didn't get to sleep between tasks.
Alright, have a nice day.
I just kept doing what I was doing, and so that I could then just be done for the day, probably. It's usually what happens. That was me getting up. Oh, well, that's important to register very loud. So maybe that's why my text tone pops up. Because that noise doesn't come from my phone for that. That comes from the little ADT system, which I had already gotten up, so that wasn't even near me. But it is pretty loud. I think it's a good designed sound. It's not like too loud, but they definitely put a lot of work into that for you understanding like what's going on, which was be like the door opening. I think. That's what I imagine whenever I hear that, so that's what I've always interpreted it as. I could just be wrong. And here's where I either stopped doing something, fell asleep, or was standing and staring into space, really exhausted. Because no background, anything is popping up. So I either walked not very far away from my phone, I didn't hear my door open, oh, and that's me putting my phone down, probably from a standing position. You didn't even hear me picking up my phone. And the chair didn't move again. And that's the sound of it like locking. So I'm probably like holding my arm out, like clicking on something on my computer. Probably shut, it's a short, so probably just shut my computer down because it's only got 10 seconds left. Then I probably just, yeah, that's me touching the phone, and then I probably stopped. I couldn't hear anything at all. Half the time I'm just really concerned about how interactions have gone with me, and it's really good to document my just now my own interactions, so how I'm doing physically. Really important, and how the environment affects me. This is clearly a stressful experience, even if nothing else can be heard. And that is actually stressful to me, because I was hearing, someone was there and it was not quiet, but it wasn't necessarily like probably yeah, I mean, like, the police didn't need to respond or anything. It's just a short thing, and I go to sleep. And I seem to do and have. I did well in talking, very well. Even though every time I speak in this manner, it is very extremely physically taxing, and the more frequent it happens, the closer I get to just not even being able to speak. And that's happened before. Sometimes not even necessarily because I'm physically exhausted that day, like I am most of the time. It seems like I have these interactions at the end of the day for many days, but even in the morning before, it's just when too many things happen for too long, like even being spoken to, it's just, it's too much. I guess. I only figured that out because I took record of it. Because other people saw it and documented it along the way without telling me. And I integrated it with my other healthcare stuff. And that helps a lot. But this doesn't have anything very relevant at all. I don't know, maybe I'll do like a sunshine emoji for it being an example of me doing and speaking well. That's a good idea. If there is one that can fit, because I always don't have enough room. Yeah, it fits. Okay, good. I think that's a good standard to go on from here on out. street too. I haven't just been talking to myself, have I? No. Good. I did unmute my mic. Let's see. These are all loud noises now. These must be very recent updates to sound drivers and stuff. I know it's been happening on Windows, so it's probably been happening on Android in the background too. Because I can hear stuff a lot better in games and stuff recently, like very recently. Going like backwards chronologically in time, just 2 months and maybe a week of difference, and you got that's a difference. I couldn't hear myself moving around before, so I must not have been moving, or the update happened like between those two things. So I don't change anything. And I'd have noticed immediately if my phone crashed, because it was recording in like the highest audio quality possible. So there's no way that changed. My phone is old and it would definitely crash. Like 10 years old almost. I think that was me touching the phone, and then I heard like a bunch of pops, and that happened before. This also could have all been like after anything happened, because I haven't heard anything so far. It just sounds like me trying to coherently do things instead of staying still and trying to wait things out.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess not.
I just got out of the shower. I was gonna go to sleep. I've been up for a while. Yeah, it was because I was taking a long shower. I vacuumed and stuff a lot yesterday and things like that. So I'm pretty exhausted. About what? Well, thank you. No, I mean, no. I just don't want to. I'm laying down. You know, how the cats been? You know, I've been thinking about them.
Oh, this is okay.
How have the cats been, you know?
We were trying to actually have a conversation.
Yeah,
she made an effort.
That was why.
Can't hear her at all. That bothers the hell out of me because she made the effort, and I like to hear that.
No, I haven't. I haven't spoken to Spencer since a while ago, so I'm assuming he's really busy right now. I've been trying to talk to him again, like I said to you last time, but I caught some of his friends a few times, but I haven't seen him at all.
I guess, dude, things my family has done.
No.
There's not much we can do
but
to
they
repair a relationship.
Stopped kind of playing video games altogether a long time ago.
Instances like this are rare.
And they work, you know.
At least for even part of a conversation.
Yeah, especially this time of year, you know, they do stuff outdoors with their families and they own property. They do, you know, like major work and stuff like that. So this is when they do it. And so I'm assuming that's almost certainly what they're busy with right now.
That type of conversation is like something that happens a few times in my life.
Oh, no, not at all. No, my doctors have said that I'm definitely not.
Documented it, and
I don't, no, I'm definitely not depressed.
I just didn't.
No.
And, no, they passed.
No. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be. It's, you know, something between me and my doctors, and I don't think it's anything you have to be concerned about. They're not gonna put me on anything that would be related to depression or anything like that because of my epilepsy. So there's nothing to be concerned about. It's not really a concern to me. I don't see it that way. Honestly, I just don't. I mean, I don't understand that implication to me. I don't know why you'd say that, really. It kind of just seems like you'd have to explicitly define what you're talking about, because I don't.
I believe she did really try for the first part. It just, I guess she couldn't. She sounded to me that I remember. She just had to say something. Touch
base with my doctor again and discuss
even
that.
If it wasn't going to resolve in any way that would be.
I haven't read about any side effects at all. Like, it just doesn't seem like there are any. No complications with my epilepsy. Nothing. Well, I see my doctor in like a month, you know, so I'll be talking to them and stuff.
But at least I was able to continue talking.
Well, I'll speak to them, okay?
If I'd been in other circumstances in the past, I used to not be able to. Losing access to healthcare.
Well, I don't think changing a name is appropriate. That just doesn't make any sense to me. But, you know, if someone does something like that, that's awful, but that doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm not depressed, though. They've already checked. That doesn't mean that someone's depressed. Depression is major depression disorder is a serious disease. That's like saying if you're unhappy being overweight, you wouldn't want to lose weight, or unhappy being underweight, you want to gain weight, and both of those
back and forth
usually
for depression
take medication
I guess
interventions.
I've had with her probably since even in the earlier times I've been in high school.
Obviously,
it's not indicative of anything negative.
I mean, that's a big part of bone structure and density. There's just really no I don't see it that way. I don't look at like what other people do or what they may have been depressed with. That person who did the shooting, they
ask you every time.
They sound kind of mentally ill. You know, they don't
stop back.
They probably weren't allowed to do any treatment because they don't allow the mentally ill to do treatment. Usually, or they're not really supposed to.
Maybe that's why I'm always prompted. But I don't know.
Well, I wouldn't say I'm unhappy with myself. Yeah, but I think that I'll be happier with how I look, and
I don't know if
it's a gradual thing. There's always
the question.
That's why you follow up with the doctor and assess and evaluate things, and we'll see how things go.
Way for me to do in an educated manner for something. That's an important context.
And I've never been able to put on weight without being on a hormone replacement before. Same within high school, and when I had more weight. Well, I'll keep that in mind.
I wonder if there are subtitles that'll pop up if I click it. I don't think it's gonna do anything because the sound doesn't even pop up, but no, it doesn't even pop up with a little like black bar saying speaking or something, like it's listening. Stuff.
Alright, well, have a nice day.
Yeah, it does for me. Already,
Okay,
well, have a nice day. There's a comma and everything. Wow. Everything I say, it's just great.
Okay,
and it's not even recorded on my computer. There's the worst audio quality possible, like I think radio from like the early like radio in kilobytes, because I just pick whatever the one is that's gonna make the file size small so the phone doesn't crash. Doesn't pick up anyone else though. I was sitting on my bed, so there was at least 15 feet between me and someone else with multiple obstructions of shelves and things in the way. Well, but no, they're kind of hollow too, so I don't know if sound just conducts well in this room or something, but yeah, I was able to talk like it was just a conversation. I didn't sound like to me like I was like even raising my voice. And it's not a lie at all that if I'm sitting down and I'm that exhausted, I'm not gonna get up and try and like physically be present and have anything, even anyone talking to me, things just get, it's just how it is. That's not like even a normal circumstance, like cleaning, stuff like that. I try to do as limited as possible, and plan to not need to do it. So we'd be talking like months go by between the different instances that I might need to like whole building vacuum. Something has to be done, but it can definitely be managed. It still isn't over yet, so I probably sat there and didn't do anything for a very long time. And that's important. Those gaps in silence, very important medically. There are questions that have been asked by neurology. That's what you're monitored for in the short amount of time that they're allowed to in the hospital, in like a special ICU kind of ward that has a lot of different personnel taking notes on you, and they basically take a bunch of residents and fellows and they like debate like individual things so that like a workup can be kind of done based off of like all of their deep knowledge on like pauses and things like that when they know the patient has some brain damage, just to make sure that it's all ironed out. For the patient itself, it's, you're there, you do whatever, and it just happens around you. It's not a big deal to me, but I know what happens in the background and I'm respectful of that. And like that pausing there can't provide the circumstance that they may have ever been looking for, of me being exhausted before I get there and it being a stressful period of time, because then the test wouldn't be performed because it's a great expense. And there are a lot of risks that could be involved with just exposing patients to, I did it during COVID, because it had to be done. And you're there for days. It's dangerous in that case, but it's otherwise, if you don't do it otherwise, you never get a chance again, and then the patient has a stroke or something and they die. So I guess thankfully it was enough, but the very first time I did it, I guess before COVID, I had to wait to finish the testing because maybe, I don't know exactly, but I could just be completely wrong, because I was doing so poorly with my epilepsy and things, that because of other surgical things that hadn't been solved, and falls and stuff that would happen, other surgeries that I was recovering from, that I believe I have no records at all. I wasn't very good about keeping the records. This is my way of keeping the records so that I can look back whenever that time period comes again. Because that's what's gonna save my life if I need another round of chemotherapy or something. I wasn't on a new infusion right then, but I know it's up to me to handle that, and I can do it, but I can't have everything just disappear, because I'll never recover it. Maybe first time around, these types of things didn't exist. Technology wasn't there, but now it is. And a lot of kids, they died because of lapses of time that would go by before the parents could handle things with their kids, and those are for the good cases that would, like, family involvement and stuff. The kid couldn't do anything on their own. I couldn't. I did a lot more than most could because I was that intelligent, but there were hundreds of personnel across many states and disciplines, due to our rarity and due to me specifically and how well certain surgeries were going. That's what it takes to survive. And that's, I was taught, that's why I had to make sure to take notes. They showed up and taught me how to take academic notes through this weird note-taking process, like in person. And I had to do it a few separate times because I'd get how to do it due to brain damage. I wouldn't be there, so they'd have to come back. I knew they were coming back, but they had to come back to do it again. And it was some sort of writing on paper, and then the paper behind it would have like a copy, kind of. And it looked really old school, and yeah, I wasn't that old, but I was well past the point of being able to read and write, doing probably advanced arithmetic, and I guess I had already started doing algebra at that point. So understanding concepts like, the importance of documenting it and doing it and sitting there and doing it, that was hard. It was like extremely strenuous and intensive, and that's why I remember it. Is because of that reason. But I know the copies of those are gone. It just got lost. It's what always scares me about other circumstances happening around it that don't have anything to do with me or anyone, and then like an older archaic kind of holdover court process doesn't even know that it's being used in like a clinical context, and then a bunch of records are purged, and the records are the originals, and they're probably the notation for like recovery from like brain damage, and then it's gone. None of that was requested to be done by any of the physicians or my family or me, because they tried their best to preserve everything, but technical limitations were just what they were. It was a long time ago. That's the type of thing I wish I could have recorded myself. I wish I could have been old enough to understand that I should have asked. I even had a video camera back then. I used to walk around school with it, encouraged to remember how the school was, because I couldn't go to school a lot. And I didn't really feel that was 100% necessary, but I just played around with it, and I bought that myself and money, and it was designed to make to be like the camera was a USB stick, and it like plugged into your computer, and then it uploaded early like influencer things, kind of, and targeted, I guess, towards kids, and like, kind of, for my generation, because that's what we started. And the thing had like its own screen, and it was kind of a big deal at the time. It was cheap, not a big deal anymore, but you couldn't even record with most cell phones back then. And this was like, I don't know what video it was, but like, I've been able to go back and look at myself, just staring at myself and things like that. And that's important, at least to me. I don't know if I had that camera at that time. I probably did, and I probably sat upstairs, and I didn't go upstairs because I couldn't physically handle it. I'm not sure. It's kind of the problem. But if I had been old enough to just be prepared enough and not have it been hindered at all, which I don't think I was back then at all, but to, modern day circumstances are different. I'm an adult, and that's just not the same type of landscape. Probably for the better, but it's still pretty dangerous in that regard. guess physically recording myself having been through those things would have, the amount of times I've been asked questions about it having or not having, or did someone, one of my parents record me, or things like, cause that's what's normal nowadays. The kid has seizures, the parents record it, they bring it to the doctor. And so I still get asked sometimes because I've shown other recordings of my parents taking of me. But they really needed was, progression of things with cancer and treatment, and just so they could differentiate and have the best standard of care possible, like immediately, because my circumstances were clearly worsening, even if I didn't realize it, or did realize it, but then would like unrealize it and realize it kind of constantly. It's depending on what was going on. And I was like, I don't even know if 2018 is the right year. It might have been 2019. I don't remember. I know for a fact there would have been gaps of months between me actually talking to most people, including my family that lived with me. Because it's just like you're on autopilot almost. As like you wait for surgical things to heal so that maybe, and possibly like, so that I could get medication filled so that things could be fully covered. I didn't even have my medication or a seizure threshold until 2020, 1 or 2, consistently. And there has still been times where it's been difficult, but I've got a very solid, only because of me living on my own and only because of where I live and the effort put in, not just myself. I can go every month and I can feel confident. I'll have my medication. I'll at least have a certain level of wakefulness and seizure threshold that I won't have otherwise. That's such a huge deal in case something else also occurs. It's been that I've seen it. I've watched myself. I like have that and not have that, and getting a cold, huge deal. It'll mean my ability to actually like read my mail instead of it piling up for an entire year, because I'm just that slight being down is enough. It shows the frequency of me contacting physicians and actually handling medical stuff, like to where I'm only reminded I'm supposed to see the ophthalmologist on Wednesday by the registered nurse because she's going in detail through my charting, and probably seeing someone else having said, make sure to ask him about this, he'll forget of some sort, because I've got kind of an idea that I'm pretty sure that's been happening. And that's only because of technology. That like literally 20 appointments go by, and across a lot of different physiological subdisciplines. And they write stuff to each other, and if that just goes away, I don't think it's ever going to come back. It didn't exist before I was of age, I guess, and not because of that, but because of technology, and it goes away. I don't know. I think that's it. And none of this stuff exists from, besides what I personally have, which it seems like over time keeps dwindling. Like there's only seems to be effort to take away the remaining anything that I have in physically that or my ability to keep it for the future. I don't know why. But none of the same type of notes or any of the technology associated with that existed back then. So they couldn't recover it because it wasn't there. Like, those types of things just weren't done. They didn't teach the doctors to do it. And if the doctors tried to do it, they seemed to get like punished almost. It was ridiculous. It was crazy. I don't know why. And that wasn't my parents' fault. That wasn't mine. It just was like, I don't know. Things have progressed in a positive way with healthcare to probably the largest extent in the United States over its history in the time that I've been involved. So I don't know why it was the way it was before, but even in regards to like just physical, like pen and paper, it just was. Because they definitely can keep every piece of paper forever. Congress is great at that. The Fed's paid for my stuff. So it's very frustrating to know for sure that on like a lot of different effort made, it wouldn't happen for anyone else because because of the circumstances, no one could actually find even an archaic record of like the newer technology related things that they could get with the medical charts. That, you know, if they had any that existed in the old way, they'd have had it for me, because they made them back then. They just stopped being there, and there wasn't no one deleted them. I think. It's just that would not have made sense. So that's what I believe, at least. And I'm probably the only one who could make a call on that because of how it works in the United States. I guess I should mark what this one is too. I'm not going to rewatch it. I don't know. Might not make much sense when I'm putting the... Yeah, okay, that works. The human brain symbol because of previous entries of myself into preserved human brain project study for Americans, especially ones who like are children at a certain age who will then have something happen to them, like right before I was started treatment. That's when they signed the paperwork and stuff for that. And they published actually on it like right after too. I was like one of the last ones in. It's just like school records and standardized testing stuff that's included. It's not a big deal, but that's one of the only pieces of peer-reviewed literature that I can actually pull up and be like, this was one of my earliest contributions as a patient. So at least I'll remember that. Someone says medical. No, it's not. I don't do a very good job of that either. But I'll do medical, so I'll at least be able to know that that's something medically relevant, which I don't know, everything that went on, yeah, that's medically relevant, because I was not doing very well then. And I also explained verbally why I wasn't doing well, only because I was asked. That doesn't happen very often. I just won't answer properly if I'm in that level of exhaustion from a few days of doing a ton of intensive things, like I was there. That shows that I'm overall doing a lot better. I could not have done that 3 years ago. I couldn't do this 3 years ago. That's why I wasn't doing it. I was building up to it. There won't be anything else if it's gone. But I don't think it'll be gone. It doesn't make any sense for why that would have to happen to me. But a lot goes on around me that I don't know happens. And most people probably wouldn't even believe the extent of that. And that's been like super dangerous before. Not waking up during fire alarms, for air raid fire alarms in buildings like camps and stuff, having to be carried out just because of that, rolling back over and going to sleep again while it's going off, and it was an actual fire response too. And it wasn't a fireman who got me out. It was a peer. Even though there wasn't actually a fire, but there was a critical failure. And that's not the type of thing that would happen in a residential home. It's like barracks sleeping, I guess. So, or a ship. So it's a different circumstance. Anything goes wrong, and you have to treat it like everything's going wrong. I probably knew nothing was going on, and that's probably why I went back to sleep. Wait, did I miss anything else on this page? Well, I don't think so. It's another 60. It really is all it takes out of me to, even if it's gotten a lot easier and I've gotten physically healthier, to correctly document everything so that I even know what goes on. But I don't like reviews what goes on, just because it's really traumatic to reinforce things. So if I wasn't doing very well, I'd be avoiding interacting with anything, even though it's beneficial to do so just in general, and I'd be putting it off, but allowing it to be there for a professional to review, I guess, like a social worker or a PhD psychologist or something. That's how I learned about that, and that's good advice that I've followed, but I wouldn't say for anyone else to do it, but in my circumstances it was important. And before I ever heard that, I used to be afraid to even document what was going on, because then I see it again in the future and I didn't know what would happen because I hadn't experienced that kind of a circumstance before. Things hadn't gotten that evolved with behavioral health, maybe, or maybe not even that, because I didn't understand that. I still don't really understand that. I'm a lot more educated on those types of things, but 10, 12 years ago, I was basically given, a very intensive, you have to know this because of changing diagnostic structures to you, potentially because of the DSM-5 being published and stuff, even if it initially didn't actually involve me. And they kept making changes until it kind of did, and that was 2020. But that's how big of a thing that was. But I think the right term would kind of be behavioral health in general, because it doesn't indicate a diagnosis, maybe. So I'll probably just allow myself to not get up to date on that, because then I can remember when I learned in that context, and that helps any physician asking me in case it's ever relevant, because it has been asked a bunch of times, but I never had a diagnosis to tell anybody. There was no family history still, and but because my proximity to things is too close, no one ever would answer my questions whenever I just asked to please tell me about a diagnosis so that I can understand better and act the way I'd want to act to provide a better environment, because I still lived with my family back then. But that's not how it works. That messes up other patients' potential diagnoses and things, and even if they're not their doctors. So immediately, it's even if you have a psychiatrist and stuff, it's you're not supposed to really press further. But the biggest assistance with that is not living together, I guess, and for just time to pass, even though that was really rough back then, because I kind of had a feeling that I would only have that first freshman year of university to do the things I'd ever wanted to do physically with family that most people just do, just because my cancer and everything else, because I had switched from high school to LSU and had time that I thought that if I could, do something then, it was then, and it would be okay. But it wasn't in the cards, kind of a thing. That would have needed 10 years, probably, especially due to my medical circumstances, which then the epilepsy just became forefront, and surgeries and things, and family was able to accommodate me with my health circumstances, from immune system to attend my grandfather's funeral, but I still didn't have most function of my right arm, so I couldn't be one of the people who carried his casket. My elderly, just recently deceased great uncle took my spot. And he just did it on the spot and did a very good job of it. I walked to the side of them. I couldn't put my arm in my jacket because I had to, just life happens, and they had to plan surgery, and that's just how it is. It's independent of everything else. Before I injured my arm in 2018, I would have been able to, I could have done that. And my family never said anything about it, but no one blamed me, or anything like that. But it was just kind of one of those, I don't think extended family really realized that the extent of how much I was injured. I don't even know if I had medication at that time. I probably did. Probably enough to stay awake for the full length of the service, but I may not have, because I don't really remember the whole thing. And I do remember services that I've had been to after. The more locked down my health care stuff has been over time, and the more documented it has gotten, and the greater body of reference that I've been able to provide, the faster and faster I've been able to immediately work through issues with insurance in the state. Medicaid has just passed things like that sometimes like that week, that day. They have people assigned to me right now. It's like things are just, it works. That's how it's supposed to be. It only isn't if the patient can't initiate so much on their own, and that's very rare. That's me. And that happens the second things become unstable, around me, but not anything to do with me. So it's always, those types of things are common when children transition between different schools, when they move, when you go from middle to high school, when kids in public school have the special thing that they do for the kids for accommodations. When that changes, or it did change, because I had to be educated on all of this, so I would know how to answer questions in case, so that it could save my life. And it was you tell the kid, teach me something once, and probably it was a multi-stage lecture over hours as an emergency in between surgeries, and then done afterwards to make sure that I still retain the information. And then someone flew out to probably do it 2 or 3 times in person between states. It's a normal thing in the United States for childhood cancers. It's a good thing too. There's nothing else in this month. guess I could say for sure anything before August, late August, I guess. Whatever software change or thing that I didn't change because I don't change the developer settings on Android, so for sound. And I have nothing enabled that could be accessibility due to that being another process running in the background, drains your battery, and I don't use it. Don't have hearing aids. So anything before like August 30th, probably 31st, or whatever the last day I guess would be of August for 2025. I'm positive there was some sort of probably security update for audio, or just audio got better because someone published some sort of new audio thing, and that's why. Maybe it's not something everybody can tell. Like, I didn't even realize it until I started looking at these. But it's definitely a serious jump forward for it to be integrated like this. Like, you don't get stuff like within the span of a week or so, like one thing changing, potentially not with apps updating, because I don't think any of my apps on my phone ever update unless I manually do it, because I'm always out of storage space. So it's probably just a security thing. Security update, whatever. There's nothing happening on this one. I have no idea what's... I probably sat there and was asleep.
Is this fine?
What are you doing?
Maybe I sat there. Yeah, I know. I sat there and then I came downstairs later on. I remember.
Sleeping.
You usually up around this time.
I was up late playing with friends.
You're up late.
Did I open the door for this one?
You know, he was his wife was coming home, so.
He's out of the military.
No, not yet.
Oh, the door may have been open. It may have been in the hallway.
He's still busy doing stuff with that, you know. He'll be out of the military soon, though.
Oh, no.
Or something, you know.
I was on my bed, I think, or went to the door or something. I don't remember, and there's nothing that was picked up by the audio for like the first entire time, so I definitely wasn't in one place. It's totally possible that I was so out of it that my door was open. I didn't recognize that fact, and probably was like back. I didn't. The alarm wasn't heard. There must have been a significant period of time before my mother was done doing whatever she was doing, and I was literally sleeping. Probably like just disarmed it and then went back to sleep, and then she came up like a certain amount of time later, and I have no idea what that is, because I should have, if nothing else, to track time, started and then recording, and then even if I fall asleep or whatever, I can, for hours and hours and hours, which has absolutely happened. It's happened to where I've woken up over 48 hours later. My phone crashed, like charged itself, and I got charged and then rebooted it, and then realized that the first thing that would pop up, because it crashes again immediately, is the fact that it was recording basically that whole time in the background, or at least was demonstrating it as like a timestamp, even if it probably didn't record anything because the phone was off. It like had a stop and end time would be for the file size still that whole time period. It's just probably inserted white noise or nothing for that whole period, because that says text. That's text for start, text for end, but it doesn't actually have to be written to the drive. It just has to have the start and stop, and that's why I use the lowest quality possible, so that it will, because the earliest types of audio that were created don't have a lot of the same ability to like have other data things with them, and I'm not an audio engineer, so I know enough about it to know that it exists, but it's so simplistic it voids like the computer's interpretation that there should be something else there, so your phone won't actually run out of storage space. It's things like that. So if this is an example of me not at all doing what I've tried very good about with muscle memory, of just timing myself so that I can figure out what happened, which could have been who knows how long between the time that, because I was dead asleep and I wasn't doing whatever I normally would do because I was still too asleep. And I probably didn't really respond coherently either.
Orange Beach.
I can't hear anything from her, and I'm probably talking to her, and my phone's probably not near me.
They moved the restaurant. They moved it from Pensacola to there.
Or I'm still near the phone.
But it's
like
nice.
Talking across the room.
You guys may like it.
Because I'm usually I have to keep my phone like plugged into charge basically, or else I'll forget, and like then the phone will drain and that turns off. And I miss calls and things, Or the alarm is tripping itself a second time or something.
Last week.
The phone's dead, so I can't handle that. So I'm very good about typically.
Yeah, I need to vacuum that again. I vacuumed that last week.
And my voice does not sound that loud here. And I don't hear anything else.
Cooked. That's why.
Well, kind of. No.
Yeah, I cleaned it, and then I have to clean it again. I cleaned it last weekend, and it looked really nice, and then it got not nice.
And I already don't trust like my answers to be able to interpret like
what
anyone's asking me. I'm clearly just too tired.
And so I kept trying to clean it, and it's just like a process.
See, I'm answering like myself like 2 or 3 times in a row.
I think when I tried to clean it right after I cooked, the stovetop itself, this one at least, it's hot, and then it stuck even worse.
Anyway, are you using that spray?
Oh, the door's definitely
the yellow
open.
one, like you said.
I don't know what color it is, but I just know it's a spray. And you use a lot of...
Wait, did I like take notes for this? No. She might have taken a photo or something and physically showed it to me. Because that was clearly like a much more coherent response. You could tell with my voice.
Okay.
I was standing up for that, definitely.
Okay, thanks.
I was probably sitting before. I'm probably sitting again. Oh, my bad.
Maybe not this week, but maybe the next week.
And that's not me. Like I'm not screwing around.
Maybe,
with that. Like,
and
that's
then another general practitioner's appointment I have to schedule, and then
with my medication.
I have to contact them again. I don't know. With them, it might be a phone
circumstances set up.
I had another phone appointment with them last week.
That's with brain damage.
To do lab work. Gastroenterology was the week before that.
That's why it's so difficult to recover from.
I still have to call them. My phone finally finished porting over yesterday.
That's why it's dangerous.
Now that that's not a different number, I can now call them and it will be authenticated. So I'm gonna call them probably Monday or Tuesday.
You should call them Monday. You need to stay on them and follow up with them. They might be requesting something.
If any voices are just completely unintelligible, it's barely registered.
Okay, I can call and ask them that.
It's definitely not gonna pop up.
No.
On like an auto dictation. I'm really like shocked if anybody could. actually provided me a transcript because
the portal doesn't show anything. I already checked.
I know I've looked into professional options for that to pay for just
a few
because
weeks ago. There's no thing to see anything on a portal for them. The portal does nothing but allow, at least for me, allow me to print out a statement of benefits
to have
that
something
just
in
shows
writing
how much money I make
for
every
myself
month
that was on paper,
and that's literally the
print out show my doctors. And
the statement of benefits updates once a year, and they send you something in the mail telling you that it updates.
And you looked everywhere in the portal.
Yeah, people like me have a limited portal. It's not the same thing as, because I've seen Granddad's portal before when I helped him set up his Social Security account, and his had like a history of earnings. It had a bunch of other things you could click. Mine, there's just nothing. It just
Don't forget to look at your
one
junk.
thing.
Maybe there's an email.
And it's the same way too.
They don't send me emails.
They didn't change the website.
No, I don't think I signed up for emails with them for like notifications for like legislation for them, but I don't think I've ever received anything that isn't like an account recovery security code. It goes through the mail. Yep, they're weird. Social Security is a very weird federal entity.
I actually don't think they have recovery options,
and nothing is like
person.
There's like literally nothing.
I'm glad that hasn't happened. I guess a bunch of stuff always changes.
They received it because that was the letter that they sent in the mail.
The government.
And it said in the letter that I sent you
now and
that
whenever
it
this
was going to take a year. That's what it said.
I think they locked all of the federal
Well, did you read the letter that I gave you?
Like accounts, yeah, the IRS account, treasury account, whatever. You now you have like one account. It's still the same thing for me because I was always using that, but
if it takes the time limit that
I don't think
say,
there's like. I don't think you can get like. I don't think there's two-factor authentication or anything like there was.
All right, bye.
In the way she was probably asking me, because they hadn't done anything for my father, I guess, or probably for herself, because they hadn't met the age to really look into it. But I had to be on Social Security's like site and stuff, and I'm always just one to register for a site. I just knock out two-factor authentication. I do whatever right then and there. Most people still don't. I don't know. That's like a normal thing to me. I have it for like everything, even when it screws me over and I like lose access to something, and then I have to go through days of conversations or weeks to regain access or something. I don't mind. I'd really mind if someone did it intentionally. That would not be okay, but that never happened. So I don't really think that's a possibility. Now with someone like me, it's just, I'm too young. Young people are just expected to where it's like, yeah, that this person is not senile. They're not like, there's no reason to just lock everybody out of their thing. They, whenever like all the possibilities of them coming to harm could happen from them just not having the thing. Even healthcare accounts that I've had, I don't know, auto lock for whatever reason, probably legislative, or the government shut down in one state and didn't in another. It's totally possible. I was able to just get back in within like, I don't know, half an hour. Not a big deal. But I still remember, not even just 10 years ago, in high school, having physicians shocked that they couldn't see certain things about my own, at that point, new healthcare accounts, because I am too young, and it prompts you to do all the security stuff up front. And I had the knowledge of all of that stuff, being a software engineering major, and that thing was just normal to me. So I was just like, wait, what do you mean? Like, can you show me? And they showed me, and they were like, I was like, oh, wow. It's that rare. And they just fixed it so that it wouldn't actually inhibit anyone because I requested that to, like, as many levels of IT as I had to. It was just a process to go through. I was probably one of the first ones that they had to deal with that with. But that's how new technologies work. I know what I look at whenever I have accounts on stuff. I'm very confident with my knowledge on that because I've been asked so many different questions on certain things like that. Accused of things about stuff with that. Not really appropriate things. But I know what I see. I know a lot more about what goes on of what I see. Much more than most people. The IT guys usually talk to me directly because they know they're going to figure out how to do their job the best, the fastest, that way, rather than potentially doing it another way. It's like that obvious. But that doesn't mean I know what goes on with other people's stuff. Never seen it. I used to handle most account related kind of stuff for my family and was very kind of proud of the fact that I did, but relationships aren't that great. So, and they're not going to improve to where it would be appropriate for me to do that. I don't believe. So I wouldn't even offer that, even though I tried to actively participate with my family and have a role, because that was a healthy thing, kind of, and I helped my relationship a lot, and started like building it up for the first time because there wasn't really much of a relationship before, the dying child cancer, and it took so many years to get to the point where I could even do the things I had been wanting to do, or that didn't exist before because I didn't have physical ability for it to exist. And that that shows up with this too, being spoken to about some things, because I guess even if I can't hear it here for my answers, I'm still kind of being leaned on for questions about like IT kind of stuff. I did at one point was heavily involved and heavily trusted. The only person my grandfather went to make sure it was done and something was handled that was that important well, it was me. And he knew when I was doing it that I would catch anything that could have been wrong, just in case. And that's something you do have to watch out for in certain circumstances. It's important. But no, it was handled perfectly. And it was my first time looking at it, and my only time I've ever seen that, because I don't have that same structure. And I have no idea what the structure is for anyone else. I don't think it's uniform. I think it's individual people moving pension plans around, so it looks different for everybody. From what people remember back in the day, maybe they went to like a bank or something. It's just things have been so different, even from like not even one generation to the next. That I only knew what I was looking at and how there wouldn't be issues in the future if something were to happen and someone didn't have such intimate knowledge of their own family's like history and things like that, because they were taught it for that reason. That things would still be fine. I don't even know if I heard the ADT thing go off again. It may have. I heard myself sigh there, kind of. But that could have just been me breathing. I'm probably asleep. Every time there used to be an account thing for stuff like IT, my relationship got to such a good point at the end of high school to where like my father would print out everything like that he had any questions about, even slightly, because it, he was trusting my continuing to grow knowledge as I entered for software engineering. I just knew so much more than at the time anyone he could ask, even like at like his firm and stuff. Because back then their IT coursework hadn't even been updated to what we were doing because it was all academic. I think it's the best way to put it. It was school to me, and just just stuff like as what I'm interested in and things like that. But everybody else probably would have interpreted it as like, oh, this is like the next big thing that we have to like prepare in our business and stuff like that. That like flew over my head. But nothing I did then applied to like whatever I was ever shown, because it was like, it's still like been a decade between the two, and it just hasn't been relevant. And I could actually answer why. I just am not going to go on a tangent for that while I sit here and watch this like white noise. Or not even white noise, there's no actual sound. That shows just how good background noise is parsed out. Because I don't have it set up to cut between different like recognized voice on recording, because that uses more processing. If you know for sure that like that's gonna crash your phone eventually, it will crash. The whole thing will be corrupted and it'll fail, at least in my circumstances, and it's not worth trying to get around that. It's not like it's a phone. It's not. I'm doing other stuff with it. I'm talking emergency services. I have, it's using my location. I'm receiving text messages. I'm doing looking at my medical records. I'm faxing like the doctor while I'm sitting there, or like someone else is like on the phone with me on the same phone. So like it has to do as little as possible. So this is not just like inserted white noise. It really does not record or register any sound. Like there's sound, but the sound is like, I can't perceive it. I have pretty good hearing. Oh look, there's me closing my door. Guess I'm going downstairs. I clearly wasn't holding my phone either, because I believe I would have heard someone else who wasn't me. But I have no idea. This is just, if my voice is the only thing that's been in there for months now. Did I go back upstairs? I probably did. No, that's my phone making the noise. Sometimes it does that. It sounded differently than the beep from the thing when you're next to it. So that's the noise the phone like makes. And sometimes it goes away instantly. Like if I tap out of that thing, it's the text saying that it's like done. But like the other audio is like it just makes it. You can't like turn that off. It's like a system level thing for I don't know, probably legal reasons or security or something, or to tell you for sure that it is arming and like
burner's out.
It's about to be on again.
She took one of my knife sets. She took one of the knives.
So I'm clearly still downstairs.
Out and wrote "idiot" on them, in red, and then put it on the counter.
Oh yeah, this was. I don't understand what even went on with this. I still don't, but I'm not gonna ask questions about it. I'm not gonna play the rest of it because it's irrelevant. It's just me talking to myself the whole time, and like that's me just giving notation, and I don't think it's relevant notation. And I don't want to hear it because it's just kind of stressful. And I don't think it should be brought up or pursued or anything. It's just like it just doesn't have anything to do with me. I just don't understand it. And that wasn't something that was like spoken about the whole time. I didn't hear it on recording. I didn't hear me responding that would have made sense about it. It was just like something that didn't make sense, and it was just there, and I just have no fucking idea. It's better not to think about it too hard. It's good to have some sort of record, and like me writing like dictation on something like that. Like I don't do that much at all, ever. So if I'm just holding my phone and I'm doing that, it's whatever. It's because I know I'm not going to remember whatever this is, or I'm that tired, or I'm having some sort of other healthcare complication, or something's like dangerous, and I'm like, okay, this thing's happening. I've done that before with like I've seen water, and my mother was able to respond and came over and like did check for water. That was like the same week that I moved in, and then they got the roof fixed immediately and stuff like that. Big, example, roof could have collapsed, but it didn't. But that's like the level of like why I just don't do stuff like that. I learned about doing that by being raised by my father. My father did that all the time, every day of my life. He would do that, and then just while hanging, so he could be with his kids and be around us more at my school, in public, anywhere. We walk at restaurants. He was standing there, do that, get up, and then he had a little tape recorder, like a little that spun, and for years, because it gave super super high quality audio, like super expensive and old school, but it recorded at a much higher level than you could get with anything digital. Probably even up to current modern day, at least to the reliability they need. Yeah, it did. And he gave that to his paralegal, because that's what I was taught and told, and that's what he'd say. And then they'd do whatever with it, send it off to a judge if the judge asked. Like when I got older, he was still doing it, and a judge would call him while he was talking to another judge on like the phone with like technology and stuff, and they needed him to do something right then and there or whatever, and it could be done. That's what would happen. I still have the same thing, and they'd ask about that thing because like everybody knew about, like, he still used that. They could rely on him to always have it like on hand, even if he was like bringing me to my doctor's appointments and we were in the appointment, and my doctors didn't mind, just waiting for a minute or two so that something could happen. If it was significant enough, he'd like apologize and have to leave, and sometimes that means I'd have to make a new appointment. That happened a lot sometimes, but it was just it was understandable, and so I know how to do it, and I'm not gonna say I do it well, but I remember I've seen photos of myself near him doing that, but holding me as like, well, I had my whatever the breathing device thing that they had for me after I got out of the NICU for a long time. I usually be sitting on the ground and it would be like connected to me, kind of. I'm tired right now, so I'm not actually giving the name for it, but I usually would. If I was actually feeling a lot better, I would immediately say the word, because I've said it 1,000 times before, because that actually matters a lot to a lot of different specialists and specialist physicians. It's like they see, you're premature. Okay, well, what about this? And then I answer with the name of the thing, and it matters. But there was a bunch of photos taken of me because kid barely surviving but doing well. My father stayed home a lot, and other people would come over and they'd take photos too. And they showed me some of those photos when I got older and became an adult and things like that. That they still kept them. That they liked to see that I was older in my Air Force uniform. And like, look, we still have photos of you back, then, because it was like a big deal that at that time. And then my father was always there doing the same thing with the same tape recorder thing. So it's not weird if it ever pops up. I might not normally talk like that or do that, but that's because I type faster. Do a better job doing that and doing something in a technical context, because that's just how I am, I guess. If I really had to do something super fast, I would pull up like Visual Studio Code, and then I would have autocomplete handling stuff with like an AI algorithm to basically predict what I'm writing with like a giant background of text that it pulls from like GitHub and stuff, so it'll know what I'm gonna need it to type like instantly because of that. It's a pretty common thing nowadays. So I could do something super fast with that, but it's also very tiring, especially if it's something that I'm doing that's not like, if it's not software, I don't want to keep to do stuff and rely on like that software stuff. I like keeping that separate to an extent, because emotionally I just feel like that's better. I'd also like to not have to fall back when I'm like so exhausted like this to dictating to my phone, because I like all the positive memories associated with that. I don't want to have to do it out of necessity. It's not my job. I shouldn't be forced into that circumstance. But I guess it happens. There's really like nothing going on in any of these. Or there is a lot to me, but if I go back a year or two, I'm not even going to be able to explain the circumstances, and there's not going to be any information that isn't just me, because obviously something has changed, and it's just me. And I know recently they did pass a lot of legislation that allowed a bunch of software stuff that existed for niche uses, but no one really, it wasn't used as like a full rollout yet. And I've noticed that it's automatically changed stuff in the background for certain things. I'm pretty thankful for that. It's also failed a bunch of times catastrophically, and but I think that at this point it might no longer do that for my account. It did it like again and again and again and again, and I think it's not going to do it anymore. It had nothing to do with anyone else. It's just what happens when the AI needs to be taught, I guess. If by law they had to start from fresh, and they couldn't use like the decades of data they've been collecting, probably at the United States level, then yeah, that's why it's gonna start thinking that like not even full phrases or context. AI can recognize context, and if the AI is like acting that stupid and popping up with "this is the problem," and it's like that's a word that's like a that it's like an indicator, but it's not this, because this is a indication in software that's existed for like 50 years, but that isn't. So if I write that, and that was one of the things that popped up, it was like really? And because of the context, it couldn't be recovered. But I think that got my account reviewed so that would no longer happen instantly, and they were probably dealing with that with everybody. I bet big companies that actually make money and invest millions of dollars into advertising and stuff like that, they were probably freaking out just because overnight it happened. Someone like me, I spend money to have everything hosted, but I don't make money. I can't make money, and I don't mind. The fact that I can go to sleep knowing it's going to be there is all I care about. Having everything just catch on fire basically is not normal. When the computers just can't do their job at all and just start acting like that's some sort of ridiculous circumstance, like in fiction, is specifically what happens when something is just, any previous stuff is just discarded and you're doing it again for the first time. It's just a thing within that context. It's how you can tell that that's what's going on. But it was a bunch of big legislative things that probably got delayed just so that wouldn't happen, if I had to guess. Because I know they probably could have done maybe a worse job because they didn't have other stuff done, but I think when I entered LSU, it could have been done because I knew about it. Even though it wasn't in the textbooks, we still all knew about it. It answered questions on tests and stuff we could answer when asked. But I don't think I could provide like a reference, so that probably meant it wasn't a good time to implement it. Then I guess COVID happened. Maybe that kind of delayed it further. But I don't know. That's still a lot of time, though. It was almost like, I think it's like 10 years close to. Even if I was really involved with certain stuff while I was still in high school, and that was unusual, I think that's a solid 10 years that I'd say that in that context should not have happened in this past like month. But I've also never seen it happen before. I wasn't doing anything that could have shown it to happen, I guess. But it's not like I was healthy enough to actually have, normal interactions with people or play video games and on live stream and show how physically I'm doing and catch myself having seizures or not, and show and solidify the efficacy of my medication so that my physicians could better get prior authorizations and stuff for me. Things that is basically required that I was never able to provide before. I couldn't do that in high school. I was asked for it. Asked questions about you know how to do these sort of things. They knew I played video games. They knew I knew about live streaming and stuff. I just didn't do it. I didn't have a camera connected to my computer. I didn't really. I spoke every day to people the whole time I was ever online. I never stopped that. But I didn't like broadcast myself. It wasn't like that wasn't my thing. It took me a really long time to get so much worse, just due to other unconnected but causative medical complications and such, that's what I do now. It's just that important. It's like a in hindsight type of a thing. And that for most people, that's probably never going to be relevant for their whole lives. It's probably completely irrelevant, but that's like 100%. What's going to save my life or not is like being able to know something somewhere and find it and say like, okay, this is what was going on right before I got to my appointment today, and at the appointment today I collapsed. We can rule this thing out because nothing happened here. But if that couldn't happen, I don't get to do that thing anymore. Ever. Even if there's no reason behind that. Just in case. That would have been a big deal.
Yeah, what is it?
I am here. You turned off the alarm?
Yeah, because you give me some notice that I'm not like on the toilet or something.
I don't need to give you notice.
It would be nice for you to do that so the alarm doesn't
Oh yeah,
go
the alarm
off.
went off while I was going to the
It
bathroom.
would be nice for you to, be very polite, but whatever.
Jeffrey, stop talking. I do not need to give you notice.
Yeah, and she
Okay, well, what do you
was
want?
very angry about the fact that,
I gave you mail from
you know,
the house.
have a
Thank
lease
you, I
and
appreciate
I
that.
pay it.
And I dropped off a hard copy of what I emailed to you.
Shouldn't
You
be
emailed me something. I've been
impossible to request
I've been dealing with
that if someone's just going to show up,
I've been dealing
they
with
tell
my
me
phone
ahead of time.
service not working
She did.
properly, so I've been doing that.
You don't get your emails?
and seem to want to
Yeah,
not
I
tell
got
me as
you.
much as
It's been
possible,
a big
just
issue
like
right now
despite
with the
me,
whole
and I don't know
service.
why. I have no idea why that happens sometimes. I don't do that. That's effort. I don't have effort to expend for inanity like that.
Okay, I'll note that.
And it doesn't happen that often with her, but she does do it sometimes.
Okay, no
And
problem.
it's always something like this, to where it's just like, I don't know why. I don't understand.
Okay, well, I don't have any money to give you, so. Okay, well, you're gonna have to look into that because I literally don't have any money. I consolidated some debt, so I freed up that, but I don't have any increase in money.
And sometimes she does
so
stuff
I
like this,
won't
just
be
randomly
physically
demand
able
more money,
to pay you anything.
even when it's
In a-
detrimental financially
in
to the
a
whole family
year.
to do that kind of a
A
thing.
year, and I don't mind paying you more when I
The
get
more
more
it's
money.
done, the
but
closer it gets to criminality.
I don't
and
mind
it's-
paying you
that's
more
not
when
good for
I
anybody.
get
It's
more
not
money,
good for me.
but
It's
I'm on
not
a
good for
fixed
them.
income. So until that happens, I can't
It's not good.
give you more.
It's important
Okay.
though that
I'm already paying
It's
for the
not hidden.
internet as well,
or else it doesn't stop,
and you're not paying for that.
and no one cares because I lived through that for years. Many things go away.
It's a waiting period. It's like
But with
they keep a
proven-
minimum time period, and then they give it to you. That's what it says.
Profit seeking,
There's nothing. Okay, I'll do that, but you know what? I have
Making
to
it
fix
go
my
away,
phone service.
that's
so
a felony.
That's something I have to do as a priority.
and you still can't hear anybody besides me.
Look,
I'm inside my
fix
room.
phone service. It's my
I think I was
first
actually
thing
standing
this
there
week that I'm
naked
doing,
at the
not
time
doing anything
because
else. And then I
been
will call.
about to
I'll
take a
set
shower,
another
and
appointment with Social Security. Okay, but until I
I
have
haven't
that
really
phone
been
service,
in and out of my room
I won't
much.
be able to do that. So I'm gonna do that first,
It's-
and then I'll move on. Okay?
And
I don't.
I think it's just been bad luck that
I did pay the
circumstances
bill.
like
I
this
paid
has
it for a
happened.
year. I don't know what's going on. I have to contact.
Take a
IT.
shower whenever I
If
can
IT
take a
isn't
shower if
gonna
it was
work
on my
out
own
with
schedule.
it,
I
I
don't
have to
think of
find a
anybody
different
else.
provider. I guess.
That's how little contact I have with my family.
No.
So I don't fault
Spectrum's
them
very
for coming over.
expensive, and it's a handheld.
But
I need an option that I can use on my computer.
if they're
to talk
gonna
to
make a
people,
plan to come over
like,
for
while I'm, like,
for something like
opening
this,
documents
it's
and
not
stuff.
like
Yes, I do need an option on my fucking computer. It's necessary for it to work. My phone dies. I have been speaking to them for hours, and they can't hear me half the time. My computer is also cheap as hell whenever I get a phone plan. I just have to find probably another provider.
yelling
if
at me through the
current
door
one
about
isn't working.
the electricity costs, claiming that like I don't have to
There is.
have
So I
lights
could
and
check
the
something for
computer and
disability
things.
possibly.
Even
Maybe
though
that would be different.
that's not very reasonable with how little
No, like 90% of
wattage
people do business.
the computer actually
Everybody else
takes.
does.
Actually, I can leave my computer on as a light. It will draw
But
less
I don't
than
have
the
a
light I
business
have over
line
there.
either, so I don't have an expensive thing.
I'm
you
just
know?
lucky
But
that
unlimited talk,
we got
using
mine
it
set
online
up
is cheap, very cheap,
before
much cheaper than a normal cell phone plan.
that
Normal
type
cell
of
phone plan is
GPU.
$25, $30.
Very
much
lucky.
more expensive.
It's not
you say
very
I don't
powerful,
need
but
something, but I can prove I do.
that's just a pure chance thing too. And I only know that, like, to say that, like, I'm kind of anecdotally stating, while this is stressful as hell just to listen to this, is because I wrote up, documented all of that
I literally
to present
just
it
started to
back when I
mop
was
it.
younger
It's
and
gonna
believed
take
that
some time to
they'd be reasonable
I
and not
was,
just continue to
you know,
scream
but
at me.
like,
They
you know,
weren't.
that-
A few
I
times
was
they threw the
down, like,
paper on the
20,
floor, they
30
hit me with
minutes
it,
ago.
just going all the way back into high school and shit like that.
Yeah.
I was
I had to go to the
naive,
bathroom.
I guess.
I had to go to the bathroom. You
to
came in
be
when I was
like I
in the
could
bathroom.
easily prove something and, be assistive at the same time, and that like things would be better. And I took years of counseling and follow-up and stuff to get over all of that. But at this point, I don't live with anybody else. At one point, to prove for sure, and because it was genuinely an issue, one of the really only affected me, and it did devastatingly affect me due to my central nervous system damage, was the temperature fluctuations and the cold. And that was screwing up potential diagnoses and potential solutions with medication. Things that could be life or death with different one medication that they might need to move me to. Well, that might also cause me to stop breathing, especially if the temperature is something that I can't measure or control. Because my mother she stopped at a certain point, but for years she would obsessively go upstairs and then turn the temperature down as much as possible until she heard it come on. Even though the systems upstairs and downstairs were separate for that reason. They had been separate since I had been diagnosed with basic cancer in 2008. So I think, or maybe it was a bit after, but they changed. My father had everything changed just because, he had the opportunity to, and it was not common to do that for the size of our house, but our house was like on the edge of is it enough in like volume to do it, or is it not enough? And they did it. It was expensive, but had the resources, so they did it. I was just fortunate, but like that behavior didn't start until like the end of when I was in high school, and it affected me and my sister a lot. And when my sister was in college and I was still at home and she was gone, and I just having too many medical problems, so I spent some of my first Social Security money to try to fix my environment. The rest didn't do what I couldn't do before. And I documented temperature changes, and it was like super severe, just on the edge from one end of the hallway to the next, like in a way that shouldn't have normally been the case, but just was just how it was. I mean, like, the house is old enough and the air systems have been switched enough, decades and decades and decades. But the little temperature monitoring devices I got off Amazon, they were expensive, but damn, were they accurate. They did their job. That company was good, and it had to take a bit of know-how to export the data, but I was competent at that point to do that. Something I couldn't have done in like middle school or understand as much. I could do on my own, and I had the opportunity to, and I did. That was like all I did. I wasn't doing other things. I wasn't having fun every day because too many medical problems were occurring. It was the winter, so I just had to fix it. So that's what I did. Just fix it like today so that it never happens again. But even with, months of documentation, like minute to minute, like 3 minute to 5 minute settings, sometimes 1 minute, I went through the whole thing so that I'd make sure to show when the changes would happen and stuff. The only real fix was to knock part of the wall in and give me a special unit in my room, which I liked. It was nice, but that's usually not, shouldn't be necessary. It was only necessary because someone was changing half of the entire system to where it turned on too much. Now that I live alone, I keep it basically to where it doesn't come on at all. if it comes on, I will start to be almost in, depending on what's going on, in physical pain when the temperature will just drop down too much. Especially since my shoulder, I didn't have shoulder injury, but since then I will start to actually notice, and after working it out with my physicians and figuring out what that was, that's what that is in stimulation to the central nervous system, or in some regard was definitely, I was told like wear in my spine or something, but I don't know enough to say, and I didn't write it down because I was probably not doing well enough at that time, and whatever. I didn't document it. I kind of wish I did, but I know what the symptom is, even if I can't tell anyone what it is, and know how to solve it. Have a solution now that only took until this past year to get regularly, and that was just because I didn't have the physical capacity to even ask my doctor, and remember to ask my doctor, even if I wrote it down, about needing a refill for like lidocaine patches, because that's what I the one physician, and figure out with them and their team, with multiple different physicians and specialties with like orthopedics and stuff like that, and surgical follow-ups over years and different surgeries, and like constant multi-times a week other following and stuff, and they were following me at the same time to document seizures during like stuff. So, and this was all kind of at the tail end of me figuring out stuff with the temperature, so that could just be a different thing, because that's one of the first things that the patients requested to control, so that they can make sure that they completely eliminate the easiest things, so that what symptom they're seeing in person, like if it's really cold in a hospital, is this temperature range doing like what they're observing type of a thing, that maybe that's a simpler fix than people would think. But there really isn't any, besides I control the whole system, and I still have like intermittently the heat on, that my heater I purchased myself because I had to. When I came here and was moved here, I didn't have a working like space heater or anything. I had avoided them because they made too much noise, and the noise would give me a cluster migraine headache, and that causes other symptoms, and it's also a cluster migraine headache. And if to be warmer I have to be having that, then I won't even be able to tell anyone if I'm having seizures because I have a cluster migraine headache. It's like interfering symptom profiles. I have to eliminate them like one by one for it to work. And thankfully, they came out with this type of a heater. Like that year, I took out like some sort of pay over time loan with Amazon to buy it, and it works. It doesn't even use that much power at all. But this type in this climate were unusual before demand like skyrocketed due to like changing temperatures and stuff. They're pretty everywhere else. They'd use like New York City sometimes, like they have like steam systems. Because I've been asked questions by physicians, like, because people are from different places or did residency or fellowship in different places, and then their answers to certain things were, why don't you get one of these? And then someone next to them, well, in front of me, there's multiple people. It doesn't work that way here. It's because that's just how it is. Like in some places in the UK, they do the same thing. They have like steam kind of setups, and they do their pumps and stuff differently, but they're also at different elevations. It's not that way at the lowest point, basically, in the United States at depth. But not necessarily for like any other reason than it's just never been that way. I don't think we weren't getting as cold of winters in my lifetime until recently. It was usually still hot. like besides like if you got out of the wind, you were fine. I was fine too. I wasn't fine, but I wasn't catatonic. I'd stand there and stare into space even if I was wearing a windbreaker, and other students would have to walk up and like move me somewhere else. I kind of look frozen. It happened enough times to where other students were upset to where I was like recorded having that happen, so they could show it to me, and I immediately explained what it was because I knew what it was. I just kept constantly like following other students around, friends to talk or whatever, and there was wind chill. That's my problem, but I was also a kid, and I was just focusing on being there that day. That's how that was. That didn't happen in high school. I was prepared by that time. I made sure to start my relationships with people like that. I knew how to control how we were walking and things like that. I was walking in at a much higher level of like awareness for those types of things because I had to be, that's just how things go. I just did it at a younger age. But if changes in temperature or something I can't do myself, then I can't document anything. Nothing happens. I get worse and worse and worse, and then I die. I don't get up as frequently in the winter because I might not feed myself. I start dropping weight drastically. That's been documented. If I have any sort of like exposed nerve gets worse and worse and worse and worse. Surgery might fail based off of that. Might not be able to like prove it didn't. Might make it hard for them to do another follow-up surgery because of concerns that it could fail immediately again. Because my environment can't change somehow. They finally did. Even if I had brought the environment to a stable and good point, I thought I was wrong completely, but I thought, and I had worked very, very hard every single day just to be able to get up and move around more and gain mobility. To me, it looked like it was a perfectly acceptable circumstance, but I guess it just wasn't, and it was always going to get worse because of just circumstances that aren't me, but it's just others' health concerns. So, and I wasn't really aware of those. That was kind of kept from me to an extent because I guess that's how it is. And that's just how that sort of condition always works. And now I'm on my own now. And now I'm probably as close as I've ever been to full functioning that I had, or close to it, when I had the most support from family and did the least amount of things myself. And I'm doing things myself that I never did then. Didn't even know how to really do because I was managing everything else and I was very functional in that. But I basically needed someone to do everything in the background. And the second that like my mother started not doing that or having problems, I still was pretty functional and I was able to keep everything kind of together, not for my whole family pretty much, until I just wasn't there anymore because anything serious health related, it looks like it's just gonna knock me almost to death's door. And then no one else was there, so I had to kind of, more by chance than anything else, build myself up to a certain point to allow my physicians to start progressing with the things they would have prescribed and done day one, but couldn't because of observed symptoms that wouldn't go away even after, like, okay, we'll see him back in a year, we'll see him back in 6 months, we'll see him back in a month, again and again and again and again. It didn't matter until it was enough that, like, entire medication regimens were shifted and possibly just had problems, maybe even just due to the fact that prescribing dates were different, because see a physician once in the winter but something happens, maybe I was easier, don't show up, I don't know, maybe I didn't wake up for a day, who knows, something like, maybe transportation couldn't be there, maybe there was like severe accidents or something, it's just life. But I couldn't even reschedule that, like talk on the phone with people. I didn't have documentation of doing that. I didn't even do that. And because of that, there was just nothing. If it relied on me and it was a point of critical failure, it always failed. And the best shot I had of just naturally being healthier was always in like June, July, because even if you're blasting the AC in most buildings, not this one actually, but most, like when I lived with my family, as long as I kept my system off, changes to the overall system actually couldn't handle, like, putting it on 50 degrees. It would try to. Yeah, it may have just been an old system and it just did that. It would continue to try it. It wasn't like a new one that sensed the environment or anything. This is a very old house. It would do what you told it to do, and it would mechanically stop at a much higher temperature than 50. But if it was October, like it is now, and you told it to have it 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which absolutely affects me greatly, I might not wake up that day because I will be having like greater than chills. I'll be basically frozen. My jaw won't be moving, my muscles will be having problems. It'll be very severe because I'm asleep the whole night, whatever, I'm not moving, and it gets to that temperature, and it really is that temperature because it's like allowed to be that temperature. And we have high humidity here even with AC on and stuff, so it's a lot worse than most people would probably think. It's like barely tolerable to most people. They'd like be like, this is uncomfortable, I'm too cold type of a thing, but they could probably like shrug it off. Anybody with medical issues, people with like spine problems, stuff like that, they'd have to leave the room, leave the building, couldn't be there type of a deal. And since I took a very, very long time, basically right before I moved, to have that entire separate heater for myself, or AC system for myself with heating and everything, for complete control of just myself inside the room with it not connected to anything else, which took structural changes to do. That caused, I was like warm, but I had to stay in my room until I did. I was fine with that. I'm not really that fine with that now. I don't think that that's a good thing. It's not healthy. But I was at least starting to like recover from years of basically not being functional at all, with that control. If someone were to like disrupt that for no reason, I wouldn't have that at all either. I don't know why anyone would do that. But like, the reason I live alone is because it's just necessary medically, and I control the temperature. No one else, I did that. It works with everything else. If I didn't live alone, I wouldn't be able to accommodate someone else's sleep schedule. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. Couldn't. that's just how it is. And like they're not gonna do things like someone who's family to someone else would, to like work around that for their kid. They just expect, like, I don't know what it would be. I never lived with anyone. It just, no one would believe it's reasonable for that fact alone. I have to get up and do laundry and stuff like that. I have to do dishes. I have to cook. I have to do when I can. Get up and get ready for my appointments in the morning. Being yelled at in June about electricity when I don't have the air conditioner on, because I don't need it most of the time. Well, it's just not me. And I don't need to be notified of it with someone just entering no notice and tripping alarms and having no concrete anything to ask me about. There's no solutions being built on. There's no like ideas about, okay, we think there's some electrical fault here, could you like look out for this? There's nothing. It's just being screamed at. Barely get into my room in time. I was on the toilet. I didn't flush. I was about to take a shower and probably go to sleep. I have no bathroom access inside my room. I can't just go from locked door and just, wait out things. Thankful that this circumstance was handled without it, going on and on and on and on, because I was able to go to the bathroom. That's a big deal. Even if I don't think I actually was able to wash up or anything. Which is pretty much, it never happens for me. That doesn't happen. So this circumstance was not a good one. It's like I can't remember what everything that was said while I was watching this, but I didn't hear it. Now I'm going to be able to listen to this and hear it like I did in front of me. The only thing you hear is me. You don't hear anything else. At least this one, I think you can tell that there might be someone talking to me. Maybe. Or it might sound like someone screaming at like something else outside. Kind of. Which you can't hear inside from outside if you're recording at all, because has not popped up on the hundreds and hundreds of hours that I've spoken to people online. You can't hear anything, even when there's been people like trying to, when their like dogs have gotten loose and stuff, and I've heard them, and my friends have been like, like, what's going on, because something's going on. Nothing's going on. Nothing could be heard. I'm pretty sensitive to noise, cluster migraine, headaches, and all. That's totally normal for someone like me. I'm very fortunate that the treatment for my epilepsy also assists to some regard with that, and has been used for explicitly just migraines in a preventative manner, I guess, probably with like coordinating with epilepsy, but you can't really use it on top of other things if your seizures like continue to get worse, is what I was told, or are completely uncontrolled, like if I was out on the street. Then I wouldn't be able to be on it, so I would have uncontrolled cluster migraine headaches, which are enough usually for like immediate stuff from the state to happen, from what I understood. But clearly that's not necessary. The medication that treats my epilepsy the best, in combination with what raises my seizure threshold, is I can be on with no issues. I don't talk much about, what else goes on and why I know those things, or why they may have to bring social workers in to talk to me about them. It's because they suspect that I'm only that bad off, or showing symptoms of like in a certain way, because of something that may not have even been happening at home. But even I wasn't possibly sure of, because I was doing so bad. I may have just, I think it's a couple times it was just stuff was going on and no one really did talk to each other and stuff, which is oftentimes, I think, the best thing. Things were kind of stable. Like, the only reason I remember that is because I had responded positively, believing that things were going well, because I was focused as much as I could, because I was instructed to on social stuff, to maintain relationships, following not being in school every day in high school anymore and stuff like that, which I did great with. Did a fantastic job. I knew I was going to do a great job with that, and I did. Doesn't mean I wasn't necessarily believed, really, but it was, there's reason for that skepticism. I was just one of the exceptions in that. But I was wrong about things having been positive, just because I was focusing so much on one thing. Because that's not me. That's not a good outcome. Good outcomes like now. This is pretty good. I'm managing very things that shouldn't be happening to anyone very well. Might seem like I'm just talking to myself with that, but I'm doing a very good job, and that's because I'm physically at a good point. It's not mental. It's all physical. I've never just been like sad. I've seen people be that way, and it seems devastating. I just haven't been. There's probably always going to be something I'm going to have to focus on, and to where that's probably never going to happen to me. I still would show more results, have a much, I think, better life if none of this stuff that just is not abnormal, it doesn't involve me, ever happened again. But I've tried to stop certain things like that back when I was a minor, like legal protections, because it got too bad. Hitting someone when they're in uniform is bad. Wasn't allowed to just do nothing. And I was perfectly fine with just hiding, covering it up, and talking about covering it up and presenting a case for covering everything up. Man, you don't have to actually be able to do anything else in that kind of context besides just go high enough up, and then they say no. And that wasn't like the last time. I still was trying to have any relationship with any of my family, but because I just wanted that for myself, because I knew that was better in a clinical context, and I was the best person to force that to happen if it ever could be better. It just it really wasn't gonna ever happen. Too many people's decisions were made that just how it is. If any stuff like this had been happening then, I don't know. Me not having lived separately was actually one of the main reasons that nothing was going to be escalated. Because it's a really big deal to do certain things, even when normally, like, someone's kids in that type of time period, like growing up, might kind of shield them and their family of consequences. That doesn't happen in other cases. But I do have so much going else on with me. And things just kept popping up that made my life, that they were clearly just medical. That you kind of avoided everything. Kinda. And at this point, it's not going to be relevant, I don't think. If it does, I'd be surprised, but not exactly completely shocked. Because it's not like the response was very positive for me to have an attitude of the correct, factually and supported. This is the best course of action because of all of the risks if we don't do this. And it being like 100% agreement. But in other cases, they imprison the person for just having said that. So if it wasn't like the case like me, like I would have died if we failed, you know? And I'm the best one to keep myself safe, know the most about my healthcare or lack thereof. That's the only reason why, like, that wouldn't have happened. And I would have done the same thing if I was sitting on the other side of that too. It's just how it's how it works. I wouldn't be surprised if my inability to control anything now didn't result in similar, I don't even know what to call it, but I'd say extremely short, out of nowhere intervention, kind of. I mean, not that. That's probably like a word that means something. It wouldn't be like a punishment either. It forces like the correct behavior regarding a certain circumstance. You can't just have people doing something when there's a history of something and they kind of like got away with something, or it might look that way. So if it ever comes back up for an option and it's within a certain time frame and people still remember, and the person in question is not like, you know, super in control and like I'm, you know, able to show positive, you know, like they look, it's, you know, been so many years since thing happened. It hasn't happened since. I can't do that. The less things I have that show even to me when I'm listening to stuff that has proof of like the other one of my mother like trying and clearly showing effort. Well, at least I think it did show. It showed that to me because that's what was happening. I even if her voice wasn't really heard. But that single instance isn't going to be enough amongst everything else because it's already past the point of me being ordered by physicians to physically cut contact, and that's happened like 10 times. And that's all that any federal level needs to see. Social Security's got all of my medical stuff, and they see that on the electronic records. If anybody wanted to do anything based off of that, it would only harm me, but if I'm going to die anyway, they don't care. It's not even one instance of something in between this. Or if there is, I didn't know. It happened too fast. I was caught unawares. Or I just didn't record it. It's much better for me just to record everything. I used to be so afraid of coming downstairs before I got like injured in my shoulder and stuff like that. And I just, things that didn't have anything to do with me just didn't make sense. Hadn't finished going through years of counseling and stuff like that. And there didn't exist anything for me to have any degree of safety. I'd just like start the clock and then stop the clock basically every day. Just go to the bathroom, just eat. Didn't listen to anything, but that's how I could prove and actually answer it all instead of being completely unable to, that no, nothing happened here. Because if anything did, then I would like separate it or have like some other indication. But that's what happens when you're always in danger. And you don't even know how many times. And it could just be due to your own medical circumstances. Have a seizure. My memory isn't going to be affected by that, but like when I'm asked that day, like, why do you have a bruise like on your head? Well, it's really tough to convince anyone that I wasn't hit on the head with a blunt force object. And when I don't know for sure, and it's been like increasingly more reinforced that my family doesn't care and will hit me, and that's all the physicians know. They have no reason to act that way, and they're acting that way. That they could have, out of emotion and due to the fact that they had just gotten lucky, nothing had ever hurt me before then. They hadn't grown up getting hit. So it's like an emotional thing. It could instantly turn to this kid's gonna get killed, and he just doesn't know it. That was like super horrifying whenever I was first faced with that. And then I was faced with it again after realizing that I probably got a concussion multiple times. And I was probably hit on the head a couple times. But I may have just been sitting somewhere and then it got misassociated with later in the day me collapsing, which I then hit my head even worse and almost died. It was like real close. And you can't see it, but like for a long time, there were issues with my eyes, and like how it kind of looked, and the pressure difference for ophthalmology. It wasn't a difficult thing to fix. It was easy. They like changed the pressure they were already using for tests they were regularly doing on me, and just because of that, by chance, like I had an appointment right after it happened. That's why there was basically no issues with recovery. Otherwise, it would have been a very severe surgery and recovery process, because they explained to me they'd have to cut some sort of nerve or something to like move something and maybe break a bone or something, because of just how I fell. It's just how it is. But that was kind of at the point where I just knew I was going to have to record, just because I really didn't believe that, due to how easy it would have been to actually kill me, it probably wasn't that. I may have gotten hit or something somewhere else, happened too fast or something, and then that affected me. And frequent falls, like concurrently, may have been more like strokes or something. For that, every time I had a major seizure, I had never hit my head. Ever. I had like smashed my leg against stuff. In the song and dance to go through for like, did anyone hurt you and stuff, like was easy to, even in a disoriented state, explain, no, this is a seizure. I'm fairly positive this happened. What did the people who were with me say? Well, they said that did happen, yeah. But we didn't want to tell you. And they weren't going to say anything until I kept naming names for the amount of people I knew were around me before I just dropped. Because it was bothering me that they wouldn't just, like, confirm that I was pretty positive it was, like, the edge of a bench at a restaurant. And could, like, describe how that looked and stuff like that and all these things. Because I was very functional to an extent at that point. I had the most support. I had support from a lot of other people around me who weren't just my family. So I was still in school. But that was the very end of it. But I didn't have any of the serious seizure problems until a few years later. But I also, at that point, had a few years gap between any support and food, or just, well, that brings nutrition is a big part of that. It's hard to deal with anything else medically when your medicine's taken away, and you need to establish, the epilepsy treatment. You need for other neurological conditions. Everything just it gets real bad real fast, and it stays that way. And you don't really notice it happening. It's like, because that wasn't something I controlled. I didn't have income that I could have done anything with. I didn't buy my own food or anything. I do buy my own food now. And I've only been gaining and maintaining the weight that I currently do. And I only look stronger. I've gotten better in the last few months. I don't think it's going to be possible to just not have that happen anymore. I don't think it's going to be really allowed. Just because of things that don't concern me, I guess. I think it would cause too many problems, personally. Like so many that the problems that did happen when I was still closer to school or still enrolled in school, there's no way that it's gonna that anything can be passed off as like not crimes at all. And I don't want that to happen. I like having a better life. I don't get anything. I don't go after people. I don't do anything. But you can only so many times, or I guess in my case, like once, be allowed like the opportunity to prove that like things are I can make sure that things will work out, because I kind of proved that I didn't physiologically. That is, I did what I said I was going to do, but doesn't mean I was educated enough to know that what physicians were looking for was so much better than where I was documented at. And it was so very, very obvious it was not me. There's just no way I'm going to be able to get through everything. Taking away everything, I think, is even more dangerous. I don't think anybody should be threatened by something that is very provably not concerning anyone. I wanted to have proof. if not just to reassure myself. But it looks like all I've done is just document medical circumstances, and I didn't remove anyone's voice. I just did that poorly of a job of ensuring that people could be heard, I guess, because I was following instructions from physicians and counseling and stuff to prevent further, like, serious, honestly, at this point, emotional issues. I don't like getting stressed out and freezing whenever I'm interacting with people, because that doesn't give them a chance to speak with me, even though it's very long past that point. So that's why I do certain things in a certain way, and I don't do them with other people. Like not even a minute after. It's that big of a difference. But I don't like listening to it again and again and again, having to do that like I did that 2 years ago. And that seriously affected me for months. I shouldn't have to be doing that. So I'm not going to be able to get in front of a social worker and have any excuse to give them. I have no way to hide symptoms that would prove that other people fucked up too. And that won't help me. I won't survive. That's not something I like. Having this many years of this much happen, and, you know, more than a decade of it not being on record, you know, just conveniently, that was probably because of me. I wasn't the one who made me physically incapable of continuing that trend. At all. It was like not even a thought. It was completely secondary. It was like it happened in the background, and everything just worked. It was great. And then, like, nothing was there. That was other people's decisions. I don't believe that anyone recognized just how many consequences were going to happen by assuming that anybody needed to believe that I had, like, been a criminal in some regards. It was that stupid. And since it's been established for so many years, and it seems to keep happening, that means it affects other people. It means it affects everybody. And I'm not involved, or I'm not living with my family, so I have no idea exactly what it is. I didn't know when I was living with them, when I was a child, until I was, like, basically hit in the face with consequences of them. But once you're out of school, the school can't keep law enforcement away. And I still have no idea how or what is done, or probably isn't done, but it's done in a different way or something that finds its way to them, I guess, first. Like, independently of, like, communicating with them or something. That screws everybody over. It's not that bothers the hell out of me. Yeah, but no, I can't do anything about that. It'd just be good if nothing could be done against me. Maintaining that standard has been good. Every time that has changed, like, everything has been never the same quite. Like, very drastic differences. If me and my sister hadn't been minors, my sister probably would have gone to prison. And I don't know if that was deserving or not, but just because of things my parents had done. Financial crimes are still financial crimes. And if, like, it's like, you know, them not the ones doing it or something, education was a weird landscape with that. But that kept happening because of my mother. Like, with this, she's showing no coherence with showing up to someone who leases a condo and threatening them and demanding money, not letting them finish, go to the bathroom. And they paid their rent, and they, you know, and there's no, it's a lot of effort on their end for nothing. They know they can't get more money out of me. I have a fixed income. And I don't believe she wants that either. I don't. It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense at this date, at least. It doesn't make sense now. And I was doing worse physically then than I am now, for sure. If, like, I had been demanded to have this happen, then I wouldn't have been able to do it. I don't know what I had done then. I'm not sure. But this won't happen again because I can't justify it at all. I've listened to hours of nothing but, I guess, just myself. I even purchased, because I was intending to set up an Amazon security system for the little, like, Nest cameras, because they were on sale, and I got on part of a deal, so I got other stuff. Like, when I first got here, took out credit for it with them. First time I actually was able to get that with them, and it was just something I was paying off for about 2 years, kind of. And I was, you know, enthusiastic about that. I thought that they were good. I hadn't seen anything that I thought was worthwhile, that wasn't going to break, have hardware failures because of the batteries and things. But I thought it was solid. And I had already been very impressed with the tablet I had gotten, especially with their battery technology. And then they released a whole new system, like, and I haven't done anything with it. Because that's how fast things are advancing, and how unable I am to keep up with it. All I've been able to do is, not even every time, in every circumstance, almost by muscle memory, just record on my phone. Only whenever there's something serious that I know as serious, and I'm like in an emergency mode almost, like this, like running me off the toilet. I think that's serious. I do a default just putting it up. Because I don't know if I'm going to be dead the next day, or if that could save someone else's life. I hope that no one just, looks the other way and expects that I'm going to be able to do that too. Because I didn't the first time, I just didn't know. And I almost died. And because of luck, literally, did no one else get put on death row, basically. Because they didn't deserve it. Would never have deserved that. It doesn't matter what I say in the future. That's for certain. The possibility of it looking like I might have a future weighs in heavily in that kind of a thing. Because that being less emotionally traumatic. Sometimes there's willingness to agree to certain requests of sorts. When you're younger, and maybe you're not that ignorant, but you're super ignorant about certain things. But you know that that's allowed. That's not usual. It's usually something that I think that people learn much later in their lives. And I still don't think most people my age have learned that. But it's not something I think people should rush to learn. But I'm retired now. I understand that that's not really going to be, it's not going to happen. I'm still recovering from infections from issues that I didn't even properly get to document in April. And it would have taken me being healthy and having no medical issues to allow anyone in law enforcement to actually do anything. And I'm sure they all know that, and that's why I wasn't approached about it. I think everybody knows. It's just I wouldn't have been able to have handled it. Too much stress on the patient. Well, they might just end up dead. And I've only just started trying to curb the infection and things, and we're going constantly dermatology for that. Infection wasn't there before that, but that's, those are the risks you run into whenever a patient who's prohibited from going into an ER does. Everybody can do their best in that case, but there's just no avoiding it. it's definitely true. I don't think that's gonna happen again, but I feel a little bit more confident after today about that. That was what I was worried about, but that didn't happen, so it's good. I don't really understand why anything should involve me when it doesn't have anything to do with me. It's not like I'm skipping on money or anything. I'm not allowed to pay. That's just, it doesn't work that way. There's no bail or anything like that. It's, you know, you just die. And then everything shuts down. I've lived enough times to, in other circumstances, to keep watching the shutdown part and be a part of the, you know, build back up part, kind of. Having statements you make be used to shut whole clinics down, when it's not like you knew that they were just there to establish that you were there. And that's, yeah, whatever makes me important enough to for that to happen is why it happens. I guess I don't understand how those types of things work, but I know that the amount of money behind a cancer child, it's the only one alive and has an innumerous number of therapeutics being developed off of it, like being even tertiarily like near something that happens that they're not aware of, because it's like whatever. I still argued against the fact that it like happened because I really didn't understand. I was convinced, but I think I almost convinced them to just like, you know, do something else maybe, because they didn't ask anything else of me, and it was like a formality. But my memory of the circumstances were so good, and other like cases, like it just didn't make sense, even though it was what it was, I guess. And that's something that I don't think harmed me or other people, but you have to, I guess, you know, protect those types of things because of that, or else, you know, I guess funding could be lost or whatever, and ultimately that would be very bad. But having like anything happen and then repudiation happening against like me or other patients, you know, now I'm on a list of the patients that would be able to get a lot of funding for stuff very fast. Yeah, it works in the opposite direction, and I hated seeing that. I did a lot to try to not have to see that again. I'm pretty sure that worked. But doesn't mean it's gonna like do anything to better my life day to day. I barely have made it long enough to see like one hospital get built. Barely. Finally got to the point where I'm being assigned staff basically from insurance. I'm no longer in a state of like absolute desperation that I have to be the one to do their part because others are legally allowed to spend money to kill patients basically because it's their beliefs. Simply because that prohibited the insurance companies from paying people to handle procedural paperwork stuff. And when you're talking about children with cancer and people in such vulnerable circumstances, it's a lot easier than someone might think to, well, this thing helps them, this program helps keep them alive, this educates the children on what to watch out for so that they can protect the other children and just generally be healthier. No, they can take that funding away like instantly. They can make it like a crusade kind of that not enough people used to care because not that many of us lived. I've just been a lot more productive than most because I'm intelligent enough to. But I don't like spending my day doing that. And I think it's better for the alternative to start happening. Which isn't going to be good for me either. But I think in order for